Alright. Hey, Mannering's hungry. Vel, for, and handy. You're gonna have to tell me if anything is broken. Also, hungry, you wasted your roaches. I don't have alerts on the starting screen. You could try it now, though, if you want it. It makes you feel better. Alright, that seems to work. I stayed up until like 7 a.m. getting the new computer set up for streaming, and then I slept like 3 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. So we're gonna see how today goes. Is the microphone a bit quiet, or does it look like, does it seem alright? Feels like it might be a little quieter than it usually is. Yeah, whatever. I'll face that problem when we come to it. Hey, Tobes. Unless I forgot to greet you, and then bye, Tobes.
You have done that yourself.
I mean, yeah. Sort of. Sorry, I'm just looking at the readout in OBS for any latency. Yep, now we're looking good. We're looking good. How are we all doing anyway? How's your weekends going? And why on God's green earth are you spending any of your time on your weekend with me? Unless you're hobbying, I'm on in the background, which I will allow. But if you're avoiding hanging out with other people and touching grass, go do that. Because I'm cleaning up Drakari. Define cleaning up. No, I hate grass, but it's so... It really depends on the grass. Do you hate all grass, or like just particular? Okay. All grass? We might have to work on this, you know? You sound like my therapist. I do try. I'm willing to do 50% of those things. Listen, I don't need to know what you will do to grass. Um, yeah, what you are willing to do to grass can stay between you and grass. Mm, Hungry is, if anything, too obliging. I'd like to think that's just for us, but I tend to believe he's a bit of a people pleaser. Sorry, I got distracted looking at something. I was trying to find the location of his shop in Pontypool and New Inn. Or I guess Pontypool or Davin knoweth. Oh, Andy, by the way, the Baron Wars miniature with the teeny tiny, like super thin, sharp spear in the back. gave me a bit of a hoot and a holler. That thing is not surviving contact with the enemy, let me tell you. The enemy being my clumsy ass. It showed its brass rod? Well, one should hope. Hey, this song. You know, I'm gonna turn this one up. Gonna allow that because it's funny. Listen, we'll have our shortcomings. Sorry, turning this one up. It's a banger. The progress isn't accurate. And you also have to tab over to the competition list instead of the overall collection. Do not at me. It's a lot of red crosses. It's gonna list it. Yeah. Wow, I wasn't gonna say anything handy, but yeah, it might be due some updates. Yeah, I'm gonna get kidnapped unless she gets that Dragosi. Yes. Yes, you are. Okay, this one's also a banger, but I'm just, cranking it up privileges only count for one song. I hear you getting a pillow when you get kidnapped, though. Listen, I don't know why you've been reading my DMs to Hungry, but unless you want to get in the boot too, shh. Man, I remember once I got super, super blasted and drew like probably like half a dozen pages of a comic whilst listening to this song on loop. Those were the days. Camera's having a rough time today? What do we mean? Autofocus, or are you noticing something else off? Ah. Blasted means alcohol. Blasted means a lot of things, but yes, mostly alcohol. Actually, I'm going to turn this up because it sounds like I'm taking a piss. And that's funny. It doesn't pick up. I'm an infant child. Drew dozen pages of a comic. We're getting finger blasted that one time. What a night. That actually just genuinely sounds annoying. And yet, horn dog is the blocked term, the term which is blocked. It's not blocked anymore because the gear is not here. So. Yeah, I can't think of anything more annoying than human contact when I'm trying to concentrate. You will not enter within 6 feet of my presence while I'm trying to do anything that uses brain power. Otherwise, I'm going to beat you to death with a crock. Nova gets special privileges on account of being a cat, but you know. Not even 30 minutes into stream, and you have all besmirched this devout and observant Christian channel. For shame, for shame. I guess the only annoying thing about the new PC is my old computer case is soundproofed. So it was super quiet, but I can hear this one, which is annoying. Still very quiet, but I can hear it. Oh, Hendy, I did a quick look-see at one of the axes for the prophetess, and I'm pretty sure the hands are kind of in scale. And I don't mind her having one gauntlet on, sort of, to hold the magical axe. So, well, for the prophetess, not the sorceress, but so it seems like there'll be less work on that conversion than I thought there would be. I've just got to look through all of my Bretonian bits and see if there's any like spare like fleur-de-lis that I can use as like fleur-de-lis shaped purity seals. Do some big scrolls coming off of it. Yeah, I always thought they were way bigger than they actually are, just judging by the G-dubs images. Apparently not. Is the axe ceremonial vestige? The fuck is a vestigial axe? It's magical, like I said. Oh, hungry for no particular reason. I doubt you'll get the stock allocation, because I presume Games Workshop is going to be Games Workshop, but actually, you know, there's no point because I'll just end up having to buy one anyway. I was gonna say I'm probably interested in 2 battalions, but I think you'll probably only get allocation for me to be able to grab one. So I'll just hold off on that second one. Yeah, there's no point in me entertaining that one. One is good enough. All right. Da-dum. Yeah, we can go with this silver now, can't we? All right. On to the silver. If you are looking for anything to fulfill your hobby needs and you want a site, a store, a friendly member of the community who represents stock that they actually have and will not take 3 months to ship, shop at Imps Gaming! Exclamation Imps in the chat. Alright, where is my silver? We're mostly good at the thing. Listen, you can swap things in an order out and amend orders, which apparently someone can't do. Maybe, you know, the largest fucking local game store. Are you okay? Imagine having an order system in 2025. Yeah, literally. Like, here is a thing of the exact same price. Can you swap it out for me so that I can get my order that I've been waiting on for months? No, we cannot amend orders. And you can't, be literally hungry. Literally. Like, I will complain about Goblin Gaming's shitty changes to their reward point system and annoying stuff like that, but at least they could amend a fucking order. Let me tell you. Weather's been kind of lousy this weekend. It was nice. I would have even been tempted to start stream a bit later and go out this morning, but well, maybe not this morning in particular because I was awake fucking not a great place to pause to amend a sentence. I was awake getting this computer ready for streaming, but why do I speak like a fucking Disney villain? The way I construct sentences is insane. I listen to myself speak sometimes, and it's like, thank you, grandmother. and mother for your education in England, I have to speak like a wanker. The rest of my life, your crimes. Yeah, and my grandmother is Welsh, by the way. She's fucking Welsh. And she got hit by London education so hard that she's also got the received pronunciation. Although my great granddad was Welsh. Grandmother was Welsh, born in Wales, but she was also half Brummie. So, but then again, my great grandmother didn't have a Birmingham accent either. She was a fucking received pronunciation tosser as well. Never get educated in England. It's a curse. Hello, Raven Kitty. How do? How's the new machine? Okay, so for comparison, right? My old computer, OBS used to idle. This is just OBS's specific usage, right? OBS used to idle, not running, not streaming, idle at 15% CPU usage. OBS itself is currently not idling at 3% CPU usage. Now, my entire computer, while OBS was streaming, would be at like 85 to 100% CPU usage, even though it's streaming from the graphics card, right? It's encoding via the graphics card, so it shouldn't be using that much CPU. It is currently at 9%. So yeah, the new machine is good. Is good. I also played some Mountain Blade Bannerlord earlier to test it out, and I cranked all the settings up, and it was running perfectly, like an hour. I am undecided as to whether I want to play Bannerlord on stream or Hades. Because I know I said that I wouldn't mind doing a different game every day, but I'm not sure I actually have the bandwidth to retain the ability to play multiple games at the same time. So I might just do Bannerlord to start with. And then when I get bored of that, I'm going to replay the first Hades. Bastion replay? Is that the one we... Oh god, you guys... So when I ended stream, I had maybe 72k dinars. After playing for a few more hours and just like grinding out javelins, I now have, I think, like 827,000 dinars. So I'm actually pretty close to the stage where I can wait for one of the cities to rebel and then siege it without officially declaring myself a clan. It's genuinely very funny. I slowly remembered over the course of playing the game how to cheese it, because it had been like 2 or 3 years since I'd played. I'm so surprised that they haven't patched out that exploit of just like maxing out smithing, and using it to farm gold. Because of Summerfest hoovering up the nudes? Nudes? No, it's... What the fuck is Summerfest? It's not even summer yet? Oh, also I can now leave Discord open while I stream without it seriously impacting stream. Which means I don't have to reply to people on my phone when they message me during stream anymore. Seriously, my old computer was suffering. I'm still using it as like a personal computer on the side because it's got a shit ton of stuff on it that I still need to slowly transfer over. So it's essentially functioning as like a spare hard drive right now. A spare hard drive that I can occasionally check my emails on. Hey, Flopsy, I feel like it's been a minute. How are you? Just noise gate pick up keyboard sounds. My keyboard isn't a mechanical keyboard, so no. My keyboard is also ancient. I'm surviving, I guess. Currently just keeping in the Blood Knights. Well, you're doing alright. Next week onward, Freestorm, Ineos, Soulblight. I'd be tempted. I guess I could go to G-Dub's Cardiff, because I'm in Cardiff on the 12th. Maybe. Why not go to Firestorm? I was on about the free mini. Yeah, I might pick one up if there's any left when I'm in Cardiff. Every time I go to G-Dubs, I think should have gone to Firestorm. But the problem is I like G-Dub Cardiff's manager. Yeah. Steve from Games Workshop Cardiff. I know you were very occasionally in here. You're a good one. Although he's not always there. It seems to rotate between a few people. And there's two younger gents who've almost never heard of a shower. Oh, I forgot to mention I appreciate my Cardiff Games Workshop manager because he's super into Old World. Thrugbell? I mean, he's kind of well proportioned. Would you call him built? I guess you would. That joke never lands. I might retire it. You know, I was taking photos. And yes, terrible joke. Listen, it doesn't get any better in person, so you're gonna have to put up with this for days when we go to TSN. Fair warning. Does anyone here know if sculpting boobies on stream is TOS? Because it's probably TOS anyway, because their Games Workshop scans. Not really, he in Minecraft, but I've got those Juan Diaz demonettes, where the 3D files are a bit squishy that I need to resculpt. And redefine. The skull on the head I do not understand. Is F for extra thinking power. He's also got book learning. Yeah, it's probably like doubly, triply TOS because it's not quite legitimate files and boobies. So dang, really? I guess it's the same as illustrating. Really, yeah. There was a time where a couple years ago where Twitch relaxed the standards, and then people decided to push it too far, and so they immediately snapped it back. There was a week of furry porn, yeah. I normally don't rag on furries because they are, patrons of the arts and usually pretty chill, but they kind of fucked that one for everyone else. In combination with Twitch, sort of releasing shit guidance on how to use the new rules. It was a combination of poor guardrails and then, people taking a mile when they were given an inch. Well, to be honest, it wasn't really specifically furries. It was just all porn artists who were like, cool. Let's have a look at frog. Jeez Louise, that is crisp. Like, that is super fucking crisp. Christ, between this and Grimgore, like, jeez and Lord mercy. That rules. Yeah, the demonettes were not that good. They were not that good at all. I've got the Seekers. The Seekers were pretty good. Yeah, but I might do because I've got the whole YouTube video for this Bretonnian army in the planning, right? For when it's done, I might do a parallel of that where I do a 2,000 point demon army, just to like show how much faster one thing is versus the other. Because the demons are like all airbrush with a couple touch ups. In fact, I might wrap it into the same video. I also have 18 pestigores now. Nice. Also, if you contact your local NHS clinic or your GP, I'm sure you could, get that looked at. Yeah, get that checked out. Yeah, you don't want them multiplying. That's when things get bad. Oh, do you remember how many kilograms of filament did Spike say that the keep took? I remember he said he went through a lot of it. This is the problem with people saying things in other Twitch chats is you can't look it up. Because he printed two of them, right? Wasn't it in this Twitch chat? No, it was in Frozen's. Vaguely, I think. 4 kilograms? Christ. That is a lot of filament. Isn't it all modular? It is, yeah. Mm. 1 month of printing in 2 kilogram. Yeah. FDM printers are slow. I love them to bits, but is why It's why I need more. My one feels anything but slow. Yeah, but you spent like $60 million on your FDM. What printer do you have on? Yeah, he sent me a link to it, and I went, Benny. Yeah, he sent me a link to it, and I went, "Are you calling me broke?" And he went, "Yes. Good night." I have an Ender 3v2. Hey, Ender gang. Yeah, I have an Ender. It is like a slug. It is not very quick, but it has been with me for a long time. I have 2 Ender 5 pluses and they are Lapu. Well, give them to me then. I'll give them a home that appreciates them. And you can take your harlot bamboo and print things. I don't know why I put my brush down. I was making a point. But I don't think we get enough value out of the laser cutter. Oh, well. I think you would, Hungry, if you let people from the shop have things laser cut, because like generally like you can laser cut shit for terrain tokens. Like flat pack building of like storage racks and stuff. Yeah, you probably know better than me, but I was an absolute goblin with the laser cutters back in college. I was always fucking using them for hobby shit. But I guess I'm not exactly the, you know. She can custom movement trays for the old artifact. Well, you could already buy in the shop ready-made by them. That is true. All right, new goal. Make YouTube videos that feature my poor, slow, useless 3D printer enough that Bamboo sends me one. Yeah, you can't let laser cutters. Laser cutter run unattended like printers. Well, you can't even let some printers run unattended, let me tell you. To be fair, laser cutting doesn't take a huge amount of time in the same way that printing does. And you can do cool shit with a laser cutter like engraving leather. Just gotta really tune in your material presets. Maybe one day I'll invest in a laser cutter again. It would be nice to be able to, like, pre-cut a shit ton of shingles for making roofs for buildings and stuff. But 5D looks cool. What is 5D? Tilting and rotating the build plate as well to get about. Well, that's a newfangled addition since the days that I laser cutting. Back in my day, it was just chopped down and you liked it. God, this technology has come so far in a decade. 3D printing, laser cutting and engraving. I forgot that I do technically have an original Mars Pro that just sits on the shelf where it goes unused now that I have the new hardness. Okay, well, yes, the available to users, hobbyists. Hello, Spike. How much filament did you go through printing the keep? And how long did it take? And on what printer? You have 60 seconds to answer all of these questions before a firing squad reaches your location. Just the key was about 3 kilograms. Close to a week. That sounds reasonable. A week sounds reasonable. Moral of the story, get a bamboo. Do you want to give me a grand? You want to give me 1,000 punds for an FDM? I don't think that I immediately won the keep. I want a lot of sections of the wall. I want the towers. Oh, I haven't checked the 3D files yet because I'm going to do that at a later date. Is it? I thought it was double that when I looked at the link that Hungry sent. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. Oh god, don't tell me like this, Handy. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Everybody at Warmaster's Forge with your best temptations as to why they should why they should spend that money. I have 2 bamboos already. You could have 3. Have you considered having 3? Part of your problem is the cats. The cats aren't a bother. I just throw it outside in the jewelry workshop. I got like a small 6 by, no, it's more like a 12 by 6. With a bunch of silversmithing shit in it. So I don't need to worry about enclosures. It's also heated as well when it needs to be, so. Although most FDMs these days have heated plates. Oh. Jewelry workshop? Yeah, my mother's a trained silversmith, and I am, well, I know how to do it. I'm not very good. You know, I can work silver and gold, but whether I'm any good at it is, you know, anybody's guess. Yeah, so what I was going to ask before I got really distracted was, Spike, do the files have options for you to only do the externals? Because I know that they have internal designs. Can I just fill that? Are there alternate files where it's just like internal supports, or am I going to have to do that? I'm pretty sure the buildings had internals, right? But it's not set up for usable interior. I thought it was. I mean, I guess it wouldn't take me long to remove that and just make it like a certain percentage fill, but it's no solid version of the pieces. I guess I'll just do that to the pieces that I want to use then. Just the archways make it a challenge to fill initially. Fine, I guess I won't. I guess I'll just use them as is. The problem is with that wall master is if they've been made in mind with like doorways and windows and stuff, being able to like the internals are just, yeah, I'll have to dig into the files, but yeah, it could be as simple as just doing a boolean and carving out anything that's inside. I just worry about what the doorways and windows are going to be looking into, so I might have to also block those up with some fake panes or something. Genuinely, I'll just have to, I'll make that decision when I dig into the files. Yeah, but if any of you are into 3D printing, and if any of you want to alter your own files, download Blender and learn how to use a basic boolean. And you will thank yourself every day after that. The advice ended there. Yeah, there's a lot of other advice, but if you wanna alter models or cut up models that aren't separated to your liking, literally just boolean. Want to do a head swap? Boolean. Want to remove a spear from a hand so that you can replace it with a brass rod? Boolean. Remove things, clippers, and superglue. And what about prior to printing? It was a pike. Thank you very much. All right. Love Skull does give tons of options for hands, but I could do it if I have to. Were there any other fish options? Listen, the bad jokes are reserved for me. Thank you very much. Do not horn in on my terrain. Yeah, I mean, a Boolean is like also useful for pretty much every factor of 3D. Banger alert? Alright, I'll turn it up. All right, there we go. And now the music's turned back down. See, my problem with the keep now is the pain. The one shot where I would have gone for the quantity pain order has decided to withdraw all their sport by Toronto. Oof. Oof. Oh, 5 again. I've been meaning to ask. You said the other day that it was enlightening to have seen the process from the beginning. How so? Because me and Mannerings had sort of a like knockdown, drag out, bare knuckle boxing match in a car park over whether or not I was a good enough teacher to make videos about that kind of stuff. I was just interested in hearing sort of what you found enlightening about the process. You forgot the space badges? Hmm. The thing is, Spike, I don't want to be... we get a lot of very fine details and not a lot of the basics like color blocking and initial training. Oh, so it was like how I block things out before I get into the greebly bits that you found enlightening. Oh, you mean like when I was like blocking in where this highlight would run along and stuff like that. Yeah, it was different than how I'd done things before and I enjoyed watching it. Ah, okay. Yeah, Aaron Clark talks about this a bit as well, but obviously he's a much better painter than me. But I like picking like somewhere to draw the focus up to and sort of like following that along. Plus, it gives a really nice like contrasty highlight, even if it's not particularly like realistic. And it makes all of my fabrics and all of my painting look a little bit satiny, I guess, because the high contrast makes everything look a bit shiny. It's just my preference in how to do things. Okay, well, that is interesting to hear. Yeah, plus these models are very flat, right? And if you look at the Games Workshop official paint job for them, it's very flat. So it's like almost a solid color with just like a little bit of an edge highlight. And that's not very pleasing personally for me to look at. So I always try and enhance that more by really upping the like shapes. I gotta hit the lowest common denominator. Yes, I am also very dumb, so I do appreciate that. Yeah, because when it comes to making a choice like that, it doesn't have to be correct. Like, you can paint something conceptually wrong, theoretically wrong, and still make it look good by sort of cheating. Like, you pick a shape and you do a certain thing to it, and it can look good even if it's not like theoretically sound. And then obviously you can increase your knowledge and learn better to pick where to apply that. But yeah, a lot of teachers will just either tell you how to do something, right? Or they'll just show you. And neither of those things in isolation are very useful. Unless you're already like part of the way there yourself. Oh, Handy, I literally forgot to mention earlier that I was nearly out the door to go start, like, checking with neighbors. I was, like, just off up the road to be like, hey, do you have my package? When my brother, like, walked through the gate and was like, yeah, the postman just stopped right next to me and was like, oi, mate, got a package for your sister. It's the problem with everybody knowing everybody is they take fucking liberties. Just give me my package in the porch like you normally do, you tosser. Because it's not uncommon that it's not uncommon that things I order are alive. Although we probably wouldn't do that with a special order package. Although anything to avoid having to see CUW postman. I'm afraid your car boot treatment has been downgraded. Where are you putting him? Oh, same boot, just without pillows, dry cleaning, you know. Possibly the occasional, like, heavy object that'll bounce around the boot with him. You know, the smell of that semi-skimmed milk that leaked like 3.5 years ago that hasn't quite come out. You're putting so much thought into this. Well, this is what I do. Oh, that's the point. Speaking of putting thought into things, reminded me of comic stuff. Reminds me I need to install my drawing software. I need to migrate it onto this computer. God, there's so much shit I need to do for this fucking. There was too many kids, and I was the oldest, so into the boot I went. W parenting. That is like prime parent behavior. I'll be back in a moment. Righty. How long have we been going? 2 hours? It might be time for... It might be time for another coffee. I wonder when I raise this camera, when I finally knock together the new setup, which unfortunately involves some carpentry, so it's going to take a moment while I plan that out. Camera will be higher above the workspace, which means that it might have an easier time focusing. I think part of the reason the autofocus struggles right now is because I'm right up in like the camera's face. There's only like that much space between the model and the camera, so Right, I think that is us done with the silver. So what we've got to do now is gold. Weather the gold up, give the gold a final highlight, and then we are on to we might actually get to paint another knight today. Because we're going to have to gap fill on this one after assembly. And then we're going to have to wait for the green stuff to dry or cure. So we might just move on to the banner bearer until all of the components have set. But before we start on the gold, I am going to go and make a coffee. So I will be back in a bit. Hey, we got our first internet problems. The weather is abysmal. It is absolutely chucking it down out there, so that might be affecting my internet. I guess I'm just gonna check my emails for a moment. Hope it sorts itself out. We seem to have picked on one hell of a delay, which is unfortunate. Let me see, channel. Oh yeah, boy oh boy. Looking at the live stream right now, we are still in the BRB screen, and we have been for a while. Christ. Oh dear. Settings. Stream. Let's have a look. This. Hello. We are here, but we seem to be on a severe delay. So until that sorts itself out, it is a sunny 22 degrees Celsius here right now, finally. Well, when you hear this, it's pissing down here. You'll hear me in 5 minutes. Is there anything I can do to try and fix this right now? I don't think so. It's weird. Um, Maybe if I turn off the Wi-Fi, let the Ethernet do something. Hello from 2023. Let me know when you get this. Hello, Hungry. I have just gotten your message. Let me know when you hear my reply in chat. Hmm. Yeah, it is just not improving. Give me a second. All right. How we doing? I solved the problem by turning the router on and off again. I effed on purpose for a greater purpose. Oh shit, here we go again. Never mind. It didn't work. It didn't work. Oh? Maybe it did work. All right. Well, whatever. We will forge onwards. Now that the delay is mostly cleared up. Mostly. It's definitely better. Yeah. All right. Should we get back to that painting then? All right. God. Living with data for internet and then having weather happen is such a pain. I don't know why I'm clearing that off. I'm going to use metallics. Being entirely beholden to the whims of Welsh weather is oh well, I'm not going to tell you that I like it. All right. Sorry, I was just harassing someone in the DMs. I am now officially back on painting time. So now comes the chicken and the egg question. Did restarting my hub fix the internet issues, or did they just happen to end at the time I tried restarting my hub? Answers on a postcard. Could be both or neither. Postcard is faster than typing at this point. 13? What is 13? Why are you saying numbers at me? Why? It's the answer. Alright, always got to crank this one up. I realized I could change the lights on my mixer so that when it's muted, the lights are now purple instead of red. Only problem is it doesn't look very different from the usual colors. So I'm gonna have to now change the non-muted colors to green and try and separate them a bit so I can actually tell when I'm muted. All right, I think, okay, is that more visible? Yeah, it's a little more visible. Be way more visible if it had a white faceplate, but you know, can't win them all. I've been getting the urge to play a lot of games lately, which is how you can tell these Bretonnians are driving me insane. Oh, also handy, now that we're not on a 3-minute delay, is your resin in good nip? Postman on strike today, it seems. Oh, and hungry, in reference to earlier when I was talking about the postman handing that package to my brother. He handed it to him in the town over, right? Because my brother walks to his morning job, and when he's walking back, it's like a 45-minute walk, 5-minute drive to the nearest town. So like in the nearest town, the postman saw him, recognized him, and was like, "Yeah, carry this back home with you." Obviously, we were the only package in the village, and he didn't want to do the whole drive. So he was just like, "All right, here. Now I don't have to drive this route." Couriers will do anything. The thing is, it was Royal Mail, and all of the Royal Mail posties like know my family. We know them by name. They know us by name. Yeah, because I was panicking because it said delivered and then didn't turn up. I didn't see it outside. And then I messaged Hendy like, yeah, literally all I've got is this courier photo of like the package on what is presumably the driver's steering wheel. So I was about to go door knocking for my neighbors and be like, "Have you got my package?" And then my brother like walks through the gate and is like, "Yeah, cheeky cunt gave me this. 45 minutes ago, I have just walked home with this stupid fucking package. Luckily, it wasn't too big. Just pulled over and like catapulted it out the door at him. Obviously not quite, but basically. Although, to be honest, it is kind of funny and my brother deserves to suffer sometimes, so, you know. We get so many pictures of the inside of his van as proof. Normally our posties are good because we have a porch, and they put it inside the porch, on one of the shelves, take a picture of it in the porch, and then are off. I imagine, Hendy, if you've checked the proof of delivery for any of the things you sent me, it's probably either I assume my older brother or the inside of my porch. Yeah, cause I don't usually receive deliveries, cause either I'm busy or out or whatever. Last one was your portion of Hero Wellies, yeah. Is that occasionally I'll check the proof of delivery and it's just one of my entirely bewildered looking siblings being handed a package. It's very, very funny. We have a parcel box. They just don't want to use it. They'll leave it on top of it, downside of it, in an industrial bin. Christ. Yeah, the only delivery service that I've ever consistently had issues with is Every, or Hermes. Royal Mail has usually been pretty good for me. This is the first time I like panicked. I was like, what the fuck have they done with my package? I got curious, so I went to check. Can confirm porch with wellies. Oh, you mean the imps package? Yeah, every time I look at one of those, it makes me want to repaint my porch because it's looking fucking dire right now. But you know what? Who cares? Yeah, every time I look at a rhino and an old white dwarf and it's 12 pounds, I stare at a wall for a while. What's a rhino currently? 37.50. Soon to be £40. I do love me a rhino though. Like they're such fun to paint and assemble. And I know someone's gonna parachute in and be like, "No, they're not. The Horse Heresy one is much nicer. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you." But like, I do enjoy a rhino. Like the chassis that's just been like reused and reused and reused with like new bits, new upgrade sprues and stuff is like just that's good design. That is good model design. Rhinos print really well in FDM. Yeah, I can imagine that. £12 in 2000 is just under £26. Yeah, so there's inflation is a motherfucker. Inflation is a motherfucker. Games Workshop inflation is a motherfucker. The thing is, we know that Games Workshop's materials don't cost anything. The packaging costs more than materials. So we know the margins on their products are huge. I'm not sure I'd want a resin rhino. Flat panels in resin scare me. I've never had one that isn't warped, like my war wagon. Well, one of my war wagons, I haven't really examined both of them. A lot of the panels are bowed. So that's gonna be a nice flat surface and a hot cup of water when I get around to assembling them. And yet they charge us 57% of recommended retail price excluding VAT. I have there's a Sisters of Battle siege board that I want to do at some point. Because I want an excuse to model and build a cathedral that has a playable interior, because why not? I might also make it like Necromunda / Cawdor usable, so I can use it in Necromunda because I don't play 40k anymore. Not really. But yeah, for that, I do want to do some exploded rhinos. So FDM rhinos for that might be good to just then take a like heat gun to and maybe a blowtorch. I'd love to know how many War Wagons Games Workshop sold. Well, of the 5K people that were in the Warhammer server that I mod, about 30 that I know of. Yeah, because other members of the mod team, that's at least 10 between us. Maybe like 8. There's people in this server who posted images of them buying 3. If you check Pile of Potential, there's a bunch of people who posted pictures of receiving their war wagons. Listen, I like a known list with some steam tanks and war wagons. Nice gun line, lots of artilleries, big block of halberdiers. And yes, you don't have to tell me that state troopers suck. I know they do. But they look good in a big block. I was gonna say shit. I'll be back in a moment. I wasn't gonna say shit. Feels bad punching that far down. Right. It's still sad to me that even in this edition, crossbows are usually a more optimal choice than handguns. Or bows. War bows are a better choice than handguns. Sad being a black powder enjoyer as a Dwarf and Empire player. Oi! You do not jump up on the keyboard, you know that. You come up this way or you don't come up at all. Hmm? Sorry, I was talking to this thing. She did a no-no. Alright, come on then. You're going to interrupt me, you might as well, you know. Actually, don't flop down on the metallics. Yeah. Okay, there we go. The table is now yours. And she took that literally. You think you're cute, don't you? Hmm? You can't see her head, but I'm scratching her chin. Enjoying some chin scratches. Yum, 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 yum. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, 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 nya. I guess she gives me a little bit to catch up on, like emails and stuff. Just read through things while she's taking up space and enjoying some pets. Internet issues again. Love that for me. Hungry hasn't even commented on your appearance, Nova. Hasn't even complimented you. Told you he doesn't love you anymore. He thinks you are not worth the pixels on the screen. Do you sleep you ran? Vampire cancer surely coming back? You know what I want that's even more of a pipe dream, Warmaster? I want them to expand on the Cathayan vampire faction. If they ever do vampires again, you know, expand out from Cathay. I'm talking like Hobgoblin, Incarnate, Snake Man, you know, have fun with it. Hey Mike, do I know Mike? See that stuff would actually be cool. Drive sales. Drive sales? Yeah. Upgoing Khan, Snake Man. I don't like Famir, but I can appreciate another like monstrous infantry style army on the table. Because Famir would be a good one to replace ogres as like the old world's, you know, blisteringly quick to paint army. Like I've sort of accepted that, you know, we'll get Dark Elves back whenever we get them, and if we never get them, then I still have the armies in 8th edition. I'd like Famir, but I think there'd be more likely mercenaries for Beastmen and Warriors of Chaos. That's cool. They were initially rumored as in the Beastmen Arcane Journal, but that one was quickly redacted or retracted rather. So I do wonder whether there was any fruit to that event. Oop. Hello. Whether there was any foundation to that one, or if it was just like wish listing. I feel like sometimes they accidentally create winners. Story of Games Workshop's life, really. Snake Man. Also, what a name, Boa Constrictor. Yeah, is a good name. I would kind of dig Snake Man Army. It would be pretty fun. All right, what the fuck was I doing? Gold. Marathi and the Snake Girls was a cool army in second edition Age of Sigmar. All snakes all the time. All right, hold on. Nova's whining. All right, Nova's gone. I'll fight the whole Age of Sigmar team in the car park. Are the Age of Sigmar team really that bad? I thought most of the like factional stuff was like rumors, and that the rivalry was overblown. Why have you gone sepia? Yeah, we really need the Skyrim "You're Finally Awake" as a redeem for whenever I have to rebalance the the camera and just fucking flashbang everyone. I feel the snake ladies are. I'm sorry, Mike. Have I somehow missed you in other chats or something? You seem to be a known presence. And I feel bad for not. There was a sentence that followed that, but I got distracted and it's gone. Rent hates the community. Toby streams like Lunas. Fair enough. I was worried for a minute. Is Papers, Please the 2D one or the 3D one? There are far too many, like, border control games. A deeply cursed conception. All right. Zoom. I need to do one of these. Oh, sounds like someone's using power tools. Yeah, I need to do one of these guys with a river troll head being dragged behind the horse or something like that. Not a lot of space for that. Maybe strapped to the back instead of like the usual pack. I think once I come back around to do more questing nights, when I'm not like pressured to do it as part of an army, I'm gonna get a little funky with the conversions. FSCS were main gang. Well, they're not, and I hope they never are. So we can end that line of thought right there. Next. I've got a box of wolf tummies. Congratulations. Don't lose them. Hmm. My goodness, it's been a while since I checked out your Insta. Everything in there is fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I don't post very often. It takes a while to get there. I should probably post more works in progress, you know, as an algorithmic thing, you know. Like it would do well for me if I posted more frequently, but I don't have the heart to not just, you know, wait until the miniature is done and then post the miniature. It is my curse. Really, I've got no social media game. How do you run? This must be close to a whole army run. I'd say we are over halfway. I can't say what I'm thinking, hungry. But I'm thinking it. Out of prawn posture? You mean you don't sit ramrod straight as you, ramrod straight as you paint? Or is the prawn posture for Pride Month? You know, because sitting up straight would be homophobic. Oh, fuck, it was gonna be the Pride Month joke. Beat me to it. E. Listen, if there's an opportunity for a bad joke, I will take it. Oh, actually, that's a point. I need to have a look on, and nobody run away screaming in horror when I say this. I need to look on Green Stuff World for something because, unfortunately, I can't find it anywhere else. Wayland Games is out of stock, so I'm gonna go to the Green Stuff World website and see if it's in stock because I need it. Yeah, nobody else makes fucking airbrush putty handy outside of AK, and I don't really want to order from AK either. Why would people run away in horror? Because Green Stuff World kind of suck. They are absolute trademark goblins. They steal other people's products all the time. Yeah, artwork. They are shit. Attack YouTube channels. Yeah, I did try and source airbrush putty through Hungary, but we seem to find that outside of like really niche American brands, they just don't exist in the UK outside of Green Stuff World and AK, both of which dog shit choices. Well, apparently for attempting to look at the Green Stuff World website, my internet preemptively cancelled me. I'll be back in a moment. Oh god, you read in chat. As if I'm asking, have you thought about trying silly putty? I have, but a silly putty I'm apprehensive about for the same reason that certain like tacks are preferable over others because I don't want something that might leave residue. Silly putty had drawbacks, yeah. I mean, I can have a look at. I can definitely have a look at Ian's battles. Hey, that looks pretty good. Let's have a look at the reviews. Could you shoot that to me in Discord, Handy? Because I'm not currently logged in on Amazon on this computer, so I can't wish list it. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right, what was I doing? Oh, well, at least now we know for certain that the internet issues weren't the motherboard on my other computer. And that they are very much just squarely being a shit company run by shit. I was going to say shit people, but I don't know if they're actually shit people, but if they're at the top of $1 billion company, then they're probably shit people. So yeah, run by shit people who do not care about the service that they provide and should have a nice time. $1 million company, maybe. $1 billion company, no. But yeah, that has never been true of internet service providers. They are there to hurt you. Oh, when's that new Onima? When's the new Onimusha game out? I kind of want to play. I kind of want to replay the old Onimusha trilogy. Wow, I guess there were 4 games. The trilogy and the other game. Come to think of it, the Dendrobates gang is also in a lot. No, I'm just lazy. Yeah, I had to use the tripod for a different camera to do a appointment with my doctor. A video appointment with my doctor, and I just couldn't be bothered to reset up the old. Couldn't be bothered to set it back up. God damn it, Nova. Damn cat, there's hair everywhere. Get out of my paint. Jean Renault Automotion? Yes. What are some good like multiplayer survival type games that I could set up a community server for and maybe do some gaming on? What's even going on these days? I want to do I want to do something that's not painting, please. Please. Free me. By survival, you mean like base building and stuff? Yeah, base building is my jam. V Rising I really liked. Yeah, I played V Rising quite a lot. Yeah, I used to regularly play V Rising with my tabletop group, but everybody slowly like petered off of that after a while. I guess I could work out how to run it not from my PC so that, it takes some of the stress off. I do sort of want to play Void Train as well. I wouldn't mind seeing if Nightingale is improved, a lot of stuff that I would like to do. I should make a list, slowly work my way through the list. Ever looked into Enshrouded? No. Was it about? Give me the elevator pitch. Am I going to explain Enshrouded to me? I want to play Mana Lords when the update for building like a proper when the update for building like a proper fort comes out. I would quite like that. Don't you me hungry? Unlock as you fancy themed survival games similar to Valheim. Ooh, similar to Valheim, you say? Interesting. Interesting. I have about 150 hours in Valheim and 250 in Enshrouded. I wonder how many hours I have in Valheim. Do I risk opening up Steam and having a look and letting it? You know what? New computer? Sure. Cancel Steam. Let's open Steam and see if it bricks anything. Okay, library. Valheim. Yeah, I have 220 hours in Valheim. I have 60 in V Rising. I'm confident if you like Valheim, you'll like Enshrouded. Parry system, multiple combat styles, nice. Ooh. I've never really played the Souls games beyond, I think, Dark Souls 3. I've never even touched Elden Ring, so we might. I might make it a sub goal or something at some point to play Elden Ring. Because I will reiterate, I am not good at those kind of games at all. How does the building in Enshrouded compare to Valheim? No physics in Enshrouded, which is big. Oh, so you're not constantly having to like max out support for your various structures and shit. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like chimneys. Favorite crafting system of any survival game I've been on? I'll be back in a moment. While I am away for a moment, the whole world is destructible. That sounds fun. Yeah, I might make Friday like a community games day. Where we have a game where anyone who's around logs on and plays. But I'll be back in a moment. But I'll leave you with a question. What's the state of Conan Exiles like currently? Bye. Do you miss the RP server I used to plan? Yeah, because I used to enjoy base building in that. I used to enjoy the combat. I used to enjoy the like leveling and the raiding system, whatever it was called, purges or something. But I heard they added spellcasting at some point, which sounded kind of fun. Yeah, Conan Exiles was like the big competitor to Ark Survival Evolved back in the day. And I played both of those when they came out. It was a weird time. And when I say competitor, they were basically nothing alike, but for some reason the player base had like a massive rivalry going on for no discernible reason. Young Beef, how are you today? I'm good. Well, that's good. Wouldn't want you to be bad now, would we? Have you been a bad beef? I don't know what that is, but if you are threatening to eat another member of the chat, don't do that. Knock that off. And if that's a reference, no, it isn't. Stop that. I guess. If you want to keep up with when streams are on or cancelled, you can come into the Discord. And if you want to find out what happens with all of this, will I won't I play games business, you can hang out in the Discord and maybe find that out. I think we are due for another subathon though, because because I think I'm going to use this month to fundraise to get the beep 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 to get the PNG tuber, the gift tuber, the VTuber commissioned next month. So I think I need to do something to make sure I have enough from stream next month to do that. Kind of been doing this anyway, but lurk time, not a problem. Enjoy your lurk. Or don't. So I might pick a weekend in the middle of the month to do something like an extra long stream or something such. Not sure what to do for that yet, though. Every time I think about doing a marathon stream or something, I then also think, yes, but I don't have that long until I gotta have this army done by. So every period of time I take off painting this thing is time lost. Is this commission? No. This is a tournament army. When's the tournament? October. And if you think that sounds like plenty of time, well. This is tabletop. Spend it over a month highlighting feathers on a single boss. I've been watching for a week and you're still painting the same miniature. It's patience I wish I had. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. Oh, speaking of painting projects, actually, I'm just gonna ping Matt and ask him if he has any ideas on how he's gonna paint the box off. That way I can maybe prep some paints. I'll spend 2 hours on a miniature and think it's overkill for me. Well, you would be right. Whoever would spend more than 3 hours on a miniature is dumb. God, when my aunt was here, I explained to her that I had been painting the same miniature for nearly 3 months. And she was like, oh, so you've worked on it like 4 times a week? And I went, no, I put about 4 hours a day into it, at least. And she started doing the math, and just the way she looked at me, the way she looked at me, the way she looked at me. I take it you don't have an extra military army? No, not really 40k person. A mixture of pity and fear, basically. It was like I just said that I eat babies. It was... It was like she could see all of the hours that I will never get back. You know, where the end of my life is and what this time wasted means for the seconds lost and all that. I mean, thankfully, you know, the money I have made on Twitch isn't a lot, right? In the grand scheme of things, but it is essentially enough to have covered the entirety of the cost of all of the Bretonnians that I own. So, in some ways, at least by virtue of the fact that I'm doing it on stream, it's, you know, it's blunted the insanity a little bit. The thing is, everybody compares everything to a Souls game to the point where it's become kind of meaningless. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've heard Souls-like for a game that is essentially nothing like Dark Souls. Like, Souls players will see something that's got a fucking dodge roll in it and be like, ooh, Souls-like. Is it roll slop? No, that's what Hungry's going to be doing in the boot, rolling around in slop. Do you have Fridays free, Hungry? free as in like during my usual streaming hours. Would you have time to play Enshrouded if we got a group together? And don't worry, if you do not wish to be on stream, I can just stream without Discord audio. So I can talk to you and sound insane, and no one will hear you. You're replacing me for Friday gaming streams? Obviously, you're invited as well. Would you think you wouldn't be? Listen, I'm just brainstorming here. No final decisions will be made until the final decisions are made. But also Fridays are like my slowest day stream-wise anyway, so I might as well just do something I enjoy. Have a little break. But it really depends on how fast I think I'll be able to finish this Bretonnian army. I think I'll use the Pegasus Knights as like a measuring stick. Like if I knock the Pegasus Knights out super quickly, then we're golden. If not, then I probably need all the stream time I can get. But unfortunately, I was going to do them this Sunday morning, but I've been requisitioned, so I've got to be out during the morning and afternoon. Yeah, but I haven't seen if the gear has replied yet. Handy, but we can war hams from about 6 p.m. onwards on Sundays if you want. He's not responded. And he's been a bit busy as of late. You tabletopping this evening? I think so. Let me see. Yeah, we'll be ending at 8 if I am. Let me just ping the group. Da, 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 da. Wow, it's not a ping, but I have left a message in the Discord channel. I presume I'm tabletopping tonight, but it seems someone has already dipped. So I'm going to call that a maybe. Oh, by the way, just in case you usually see me thin paints with flow improver, sometimes I thin them with water when I want them to work poorly. When I want the translucence to be intentionally spotty because the flakes separate from the medium, then I use water. But if I want them to be like a smooth translucence, then I use medium. And sometimes I will use the medium just to stop the metallics drying as quickly. And then I will still add water in to make the flakes separate, to make the glaze of the metallic not as consistent. Because I'm doing worn metal here, it'll help make the later weathering look more in place than if it was a super smooth blend. That makes sense. So I'm sort of using the temperamental nature of metal paints in my favor. Is Greg's open on a Sunday? I wouldn't expect they're open on a Sunday. Did you rebottle the flow improver? No. Why would I rebottle flow improver? Seems kind of like a fruitless endeavor. Greg's usually open on a Sunday? Wonderful. Yeah, because the place I gotta be tomorrow is right next to a Greg's, so I can eat. I can eat bigly. Is it the big 250ml bottle? It's 200ml. That's what I use. Opens. Wow, they're open all day Sunday. Oh, they're only open from 8 p.m. Not 5:30 p.m. a.m. Wait, Greg's is open from 5:30 a.m. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but Christ, I wouldn't want to work at a Greg's. Sorry, 8 a.m., not 8 p.m. You never had a Greg's breakfast? No, I'm always like uh I'm always like a mid-afternoon, early evening Gregor. Yeah, my Greg's consumption is like usually after like 11:30. They do good breakfast? Yeah. We'll have to try that out one day. I have beef with Bricky and I will not elaborate. Okay, I'm going to elaborate. He said Warhammer the Old World was for like your old uncle. Who's only in it to get the old models they missed out on when they were current in the hobby. He's not wrong. Shut up. I think Bricky is younger than me. I think. Isn't he like 28? So, listen, everybody playing in the game store with me when I was playing Warhammer Fantasy Weekly was younger than me or the same age. Besides from some of the old guys, but they played everything. Oh, so Bricky is older than me. What does that make him then? Huh? Huh? Bricky's just 40k nerd, the worst. I'm a young uncle. A youncle, you might say. Uh The sentiment feels like engagement bait. I don't think he meant anything by it because it wasn't even a stream about that. It was just sort of an offhanded comment. I think back when the old world announced, might have been announced. It was when it announced because it first previewed at, did it first preview at Nova or Adepticon? I think it was Adepticon. Yeah, Squarebase did an interesting survey, and well, it was kind of an annoying survey to answer, because the questions should have been more like tightly worded and controlled, and it was a little too whimsical for the data to be super reliable. But Squarebase did an interesting survey that showed that there's actually quite a decent growing population of younger people picking up the old world as their first game, and I presume that will only grow. That will only grow with releases like Fae and Kislev and everything beyond that. Because the old world is offering something that a lot of other Games Workshop games don't currently offer. And the novelty of that, some people might be I think Total War Warhammer games did a lot to get people into Warhammer. Sort of yes and sort of no. Oh geez, we're dropping frames. Oh boy howdy, things are going wrong. That's a massive delay again. Do I go and reset the router and try and force the delay to end again? We'll wait until my internet stops shitting itself, and then we will restart the hub so that I disconnect and reconnect. And then the delay will be gone. Bricky is American. Camry Sam mostly kills delay and loopy bot streams. Yeah, but my stream, my delay has nothing to do with my hardware, demon. It's everything to do with the internet. Listen to my words when I speak, please. And you can largely ignore the opinions of 40k players. Gotta fucking try to, but they keep finding their way here to my chat. %90 of the categories people painting 40k. I do wonder. I do sort of want to do an experiment, right? When I have the time, I sort of want to finish my Sisters of Battle on stream, and just see if there is a bump. I want to see what it's like on the other side. I have a reputation for being one of the only real old world painters in this category. Like, consistently old world painters. That is how few there are. That I'm teeny tiny strimmer, and I have a reputation for being a painter of a thing. It's dire. Do it. More people stream in the old world, the better. Although I reckon there will be a bump when Cathay comes. Like, in pretty much every circumstance, I reckon Cathay is gonna, offer a considerable considerable amount of growth to the old world. To break the current Twitch record, shut up. A night whisper, hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Sorry, I was just reading your chat history out of curiosity, and it seems you were last here when I was painting the Pegasus Duke. Christ. Good lord. Yeah, Frozen is like the only other person who consistently does the old world that I know of. At least English speaking. Yeah, I'll be waiting for Kthay. Well, you're not waiting long. Kthay goes on pre-order on the, 22nd, 21st? Thereabouts, anyway. I'm sure the announcement for that will be soon. Spoilers? That one's public. Someone leaked the when the NDA ends. Yeah. Someone in the creator program obviously leaked when the non-disclosure agreement ends for Kthay. I paint some Games Workshop. The majority of stuff I paint is non-Games Workshop. That's good. Traditionally, the official date for pre-order announcement. Oh, there is French lady building house. Hey. Yeah, I did specify English speaking earlier because I imagine there's a lot of Spanish and Polish streamers for Fancy because Spain and Poland have huge like Fancy scenes. Like they never really went away. Italy also seems pretty big on the old world. I try not to think about Italy as a rule. This is not a safe space for Italians. Wait, why is this not? It's just a joke. You sounded so serious. No. If the English are safe here, we're all safe. Who said you're safe here? Oh, was it a mad Italian who did the reins on the Pegasus Duke? I had forgotten that. You know what? Never mind. It's not a joke. I'm issuing a... I'm not sure I can say that on Twitch. Myself, self? Awfully good at English. Strunk. How many of these fellas in a unit? 6. This is number 5. We have one more left after this guy. Stuff popping off in admin chat today. It's been popping off since last night. While I was building the computer, I had to keep track of that. Aye, 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 aye. I don't know why I agreed to moderate a server with like 6,000 people in it, but whatever. People misbehaving? Yeah. Cool. Nice. What does that have to do with anything? Just saying? Drugs. I do will father those already get on my level. No need to put yourself down hungry. That's my job. It has become a lot easier for people to distract me now that I can have Discord open on the desktop without it exploding. Troubling. Much to consider. Hmm. I had somewhat dimly, vaguely hoped that some of the issues were due to an older motherboard on my previous PC, but welcome back. 2-minute delay. How I've missed you. Somebody type in chat when you hear this. I don't know. Say Hungary was wrong. And then I will acknowledge when I see that, and we can work out the delay together. Now? No. All right, that's not that bad. Ren was not wrong. Ren was correct. We're still dunking frames, but we don't seem to be picking up a delay. Well, we are picking up a delay, but it's not as bad as it was earlier. I don't think I don't notice how quickly you comply. You know what? I reward. I reward loyalty. There we go, Flopsy. May you wear your new badge with pride. You can't VIP people who bully me on request. Did I stutter? You sort of see the shape of how all of my mods are very confused and never around. Aside from Dagira, who willingly signed on to it and was present for a while and is now a truant who will be punished. For someone who wants a lot of Cathay, you are testing your limits an awful lot. Well, we know you're a people pleaser. And don't you want to see Miao Ying painted well with love and care and a beautiful Cathayan army on the table? Don't you want to heckle as I glaze that hanfu for like 20 hours? All right. See you around, Night Whisper. Thanks for hanging out. Well, there we go, hungry. I offer you this olive branch, though it does not mean that I'm not gonna VIP people when they bully you. All right, now we are into the weathering. But before that, I'm going to take a quick break and restart my internet. What is this below my stream? Gift subs for them, 35% off for you. Get 35% off 5+ gift subs until the 6th, 14th of the 6th. What is the fuck did you just do? I was literally just reading. Fine, have some Nova. She's just coming up anyway. You can treat yourself. Yeah, I also made you a VIP hungry. You know, olive branch. It also makes you more visible when people yell at you. So anyway, I was reading. When did Twitch put in this promotion? Usually I get a notification about promotions like that. Hey, thank you for the 30 bits, Mannerings. No, I see it. I think it was literally just now. Yeah, we've been having, you know, some internet issues. Couple, 102, 304. I'm also a VIP, vaguely irritating prick. You'd have to be around to be irritating. You're nothing to me, Dagir. I don't even think about you. Irritating. Yeah, anyway, moving on from that guy. When did Twitch start this promotion? Someone just someone just gifted 5 subs. I don't know who it was. Maybe my memory will be roused further if we hit a level 7 hype train. Hey, level 4, thank you very much. It's coming back to me. It's coming back to me a little bit. Ooh, you know, I think I remember a name beginning with a D, but it just we're a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. Also, when did this promotion start? Because like I said, usually I get notified, but it's just under my stream. Weird. Oof. I'm sorry about the internet. It is really quite. It's struggling. Boy, howdy, is it struggling. You take that back. Oh, Christ. Velafor, thank you. Thank you very much for the level 7 hype train. My oh my. And to those of you who just got gifted subs, I hope you like profound stream delays, bad internet, and slow painting. Wait, I was supposed to be finishing and partially assembling this miniature today. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Why? Hey, Hungry, thank you for the... Hungry gifted us so much a bungry. Isn't that your... Oh. Isn't... Ooh, we are 90%, 98% of the way towards the next level. Imagine that. That's just a couple of biddies. Yeah, but I will be spending this money on VTuber shit. Hey, you allow me to become degenerate. Hungry's just making sure Ren's got... I've been saving for Cathay since the Old World launched, basically. My war chest is deep. Ren smells? Ren smells lovely. Ren smells like shea butter, citrus, and cinnamon. My side palette. Oh, only the side palette? Is that all Hungry's worth? Yeah, level 9. Unfortunately, they're cheapskates, so... Oh, is it? Is it pronounced shea? Shea butter. I've just been using my old computer case to accrue stickers. Ren stinks good. I got nothing to add on to that one. Ren stings after a workout. Am I right? Not even really then. I shower too frequently for that. Ren is boosted. Bye. She didn't take well to the bullying and has left. You've made my cat sad. I imagine Ren smells like twigs and moss, hag maxing. No, but this room does sort of smell like woodlands. I miss the cat. No. We'll love Nova. What happens if you gift a sub and it's to an account that doesn't exist? Can you gift a sub to an account that doesn't exist? No, apparently this account has existed since 2012. What are people naming their accounts? Christ. All right. Is this the highest level hype train we've reached before, or did we reach higher on the subathon? Rennie's people? Hey, it's 5 gifted subs from that guy. I'm sure he has a name. I'm not sure. All right, someone has 9 seconds for 4 more subs. Hey, I love how the content during all of this has been my internet failing and me not doing anything. Did it not come in time? A valiant effort. All right, I guess we should do some painting now then. Where is Sotek? Stream is struggling so hard. Yeah. There's literally nothing I can do about it as well. Because E's customer support is non-existent and they just locked me into a 2-year a new 2-year contract as my internet has started getting really bad. And their customer support is like non-existent on a good day. It was working fine before that. Like I hadn't had issues since the beginning of last year. Right, I'm gonna grab some food. BRB, it's absolutely starving. I'm quite hungry as well, actually. What happened just then? I'd started mentioning when did this promotion appear at the bottom of my stream, and then suddenly we're in fucking hype train mode. So it's thanks to your money. See you in 2 years when you need to renew. Mm. Hungry gifted the tier 1 sub to Rentries. Or Rentries, I guess. How's the Chthae looking? Listen, I keep telling everyone that I've been saving for Chthae since basically the old world came out. I'm good for Chthae. I'm good for Chthae and I will be good for Chthae. It's everything after Chthae that I worry about. Wave 2, should that materialize, we're probably a little less safe. Streamer demanded money? I didn't demand your money. Although, this does now mean the next month I can commission the VTuber model. All right, fine. You asked to come in here. Now you want to go out. It's always something with you. Be back in a moment. Listen, you're all grown adults. Ooh, that's a good amount. I enjoy that. Oh, Christ. Ladies and gents, we are at 37.4% dropped frames. Type hungry smells in chat when you hear this so we can work out the delay. And I will respond to it when it pops up. Well, now you have lots of subs to fund your grey plastic addiction. Listen, I paint more than most people. They'll get done. Eventually. I know the internet's been shit, but we're just gonna... We're gonna muscle through it for the next 15 minutes. And seeing as nobody's responded to me, I presume that you still haven't heard me yet, which is really quite something. Oh, geez, that is. I just heard that. I'm reading your chats now. That hungry smells. How's that for a delay? Uh, Less of a stream, more of a slideshow with sass. Listen, you don't fucking turn up forever, and then when you do, you're hassling me. You don't even give me money. You didn't even give me any subs. Not that I saw. Some other guy. Thinks he has the right to hassle me. Lay so long, it may as well be shown on Dave. Mm. Can that other guy also get all the hate? I thought you were gonna go eat. Go eat. Probably be finished. Probably not, because I'm ending in 3 minutes because I got tabletop. So it feels like this will be a Monday drop. I thought we might have time, but I deluded myself. As I am wont to do. Right. It is time to end. Shit, literally just as internet has been consistent for the last 15 minutes. Of course it clears up. Of course it clears up when I'm... Of course it clears up when I'm ending at 1:45. Gosh darn it. Alright, let's find something to write. Let's close the music. No, Wi-Fi that's still going. Let's do that then. Alright, let's start a raid. Let's go say hi. None of you are going to hear me because we are ending the stream on a delay. So no.